Good morning, everyone. It's the first day of the month of August for our trading day. It's August 1st, 2023. It's a second before the market opens, and I'm just looking at what the market is going to give us today. So, for today, let's look at what SPY is doing. SPY is having a little bit of a pullback, so we're down by 0.35%. All right, so we have a couple of gap down as well as a gap up list. For a gap down, I'm looking at NEO. So NEO had a nice couple of days where it's running high, and then today has a little bit of a pullback. We are down by 2.8%. So let's look at my pre-market data here. NEO, very interesting day. Daily chart. SoFi is an inside bar. JetBlue is a good gap down here. We had couple of consolidation here for 3 days and then had a pullback today. And CLH also a breakdown from this consolidation. XPAV, looking at the daily. DGTX, very interesting daily here. Pre-market low here is at 10.15 with a high of 22.26. So far, the one that's interesting here is DGTX as well as the NEO. CCL, still in that consolidation. LTR, looking at the daily, is an inside bar. Uber has a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see, also down by 3%. The gap up is AMSC, which is a float of 28 million, so not a low float, having a little bit of a pullback. And TUP is a gap up, which is 13.5%. Continuation play here. So NEO is the one that's very interesting. It formed an opening range breakdown here. It broke the S4. So what I'm gonna be looking at today is DGTX and NEO. NEO is about to test the low of the pre-market here. I like NEO just because it has a clear top here at 15.41, which happened yesterday. Now we bounce off of the pre-market low of TGTX. That's a big dump here. Open negative 48%. Rivian is just doing a bunch of consolidation as well as Riot. Tesla is inside bar. We have shorting TGTX here. We just had a rejection at the VWAP. So now we are testing again the pre-market low. Stop loss here is just by the VWAP 11.14. So what I'm looking at is this level here, 10.25, acting as a support there. That is the pre-market low as well. I am going to lower down my risk here just close to the VWAP at the risk of getting stopped out, but that's totally fine just because this level right now is acting as a very strong support. So very close to getting stop out here. 10.9 is my stop loss. NIO is the one that I'm looking at for a short as well. NIO just had a bounce. It's now at 14.74. I'd like to short NIO close to the VWAP, so I'm waiting for that move. This one now is starting to form as a 9 EMA. So I got stop out with TGTX. Still a bunch of orders sitting at the ask at NIO. What I like about NIO is how the daily looks like. We have that below that candlestick yesterday acting as a resistance there. Still looking at TGTX and seeing if there's an entry that it will give us to the short. TGTX having that 11.3 as a very strong resistance there. NIO is about to test this next candlestick right here, 14.86. Looking at the GTX, looking for another entry here to the short. Look at the 5 minutes in TGTX, still very bullish here. NEO as well, 5 minutes. We just reached that. S4, having now the 9 EMA as a support. So yeah, just 2 candlesticks and the green 2 candlesticks, and we're still just laser focused on TGTX and NEO. NEO still is not showing any signs of weakness here. About to test now the high of the day, which is 14.88. Would like to know if that 14.88 will serve as a resistance. If it will, then that would be a good place to short. TGTX here, running out of volume when we're pushing up. NEO, just entering short NEO here. That 1488 served as a strong ceiling there, added to my position in NEO. Stop loss here is just, let's see, high of the day. Added to my position, starting to stack up volume here at the bid. So stop loss here is at 14.89. So NEO's working. Here is the rejection that I was looking for at TGTX. We are now at the VWAP 11.15. Let's see if we can see anything with the bid and the asks, the level 2. So NEO having the VWAP as a support there. We're now seeing some prints 11, 15, 14. Still bullish in the 5 minutes here. We'll be interested in shorting this one if we go 11. NEO is about to lose the VWAP. Added to my position in NEO. Dating my stop loss in NEO 14.89. Looking for an entry here in TGTX, but still very bullish, higher high, higher low in the 5 minutes. NIO, on the other hand, is working. So looking at 11.34 acted as a strong ceiling here for TGTX. Let's see if it's going to break 11.34. NIO, just waiting for NIO to break the VWAP. This is the level as well where a short squeeze can happen. Those who are trying to short this one will get squeezed when the bulls comes in. So it can have a very big move at this point. Looking at NIO here, just gonna lower down my risk here. Didn't like that it's consolidating at the VWAP and no follow through there. We are now at that level again, testing that 11.32. Let's look at the volume here. Okay, 11.3 now. NIO, let's just manage this one first, lowering down my stop loss. At 9 EMA acted as a ceiling again, so we're now back at 11.3. Okay, testing 11.34 here. Stop loss here, 14.76. Let's see, yep, stop me out at NIO. looking for re-entry at TGTX. Candlestick at the 5 minutes at TGTX is just getting a very small move here. About to lose that candlestick there. NIO had another rejection here, just re-entering NIO. We tested that support again. Stop loss is the high of this 14.85. Same stop loss. The volume here is pushing down when we're pushing up, but it did had a lot of fake outs that I noticed. Just trying to, would be interested in shorting this one at 11.12. This candlestick still has 50 seconds left before it closes. Interested to see whether this one will close as a red candlestick. We're now at 11.15. Target price here to re-enter short is 11.12. Looking at NIO, if it's gonna stop me out. Stop loss right there, 14.85, very close to getting stop out. Okay, so NIO stopped me out. So that was a loss there. That was just very strong. So TGTX, this one did close still green or white here. So still very strong TGTX. First rejection here. $11.20 now. The reversal we'll see a reversal here once it goes below 11.16. NEO did touch that high of the day. There's a small position here at NEO. Looking at TGTX still. $14.93 stop loss in NEO. TGTX 11.17, 11.29 acted as a resistance there. Very small movements now. Entering short TGTX here. Tight stop loss at the VWAP 11.6. So in this time frame, it looks like it's a wide stop loss, but in the 5 minutes, it actually is a tight stop loss there. Looking at a place to add at my NEO trade. Add it to my NEO. Since I added, just updating my stop loss here, 14.93. He is just playing with me today. Volume is starting to pick up here in TGTX. I did had a loss there, so still kind of on the sideline to add, but it did pick up here. Let's see if we had a fake out again in Neo. Did we? The thing is, if I add in my TGTX, which is now, yeah, looks very good in adding. I got stop out in Neo. The only thing though is if I add there, I will have, I will need to move my stop loss closer. So yeah, Neo is not a good short at this point. Those wick right here got, yeah, was such a fake out. Moving my stop loss just above the break even here. So this is my break even. I do have some levels right here, giving it some room. 11.17. There's a 0.02. AMC looking so weak here. Almost gave up whatever it the gain it had. JetBlue, looking at the 5 minutes, turning this data off. Looks like a big rejection in the 9 EMA here. understop here in Neo. Not the best entry. This took a while. Already broke the VWAP, but I do have just a small position there. New stop loss is just that high of the day, 14.95. Giving it 97, just 0.02. Had a support right here at 10.71. Here we go again at Neo. Does this one have volume? Does this candlestick have a volume to support it? Starting to have that anomaly there, Neo. Or yeah. TGTX had a big support at 10.71. About to stop me out in TGTX. Yep, got stopped out, TGTX. Not a clean move on these two stocks. AMC, this one now is forming that 9 EMA. JetBlue as well, forming this rejection in the 9 EMA. Having a hard time reading NEO as well as TGTX, so I'll consider a different stock. It's not at all a clean move for both NEO and TGTX. So let's look for an easier trade. So I open a position here because this one is a textbook setup of a 9 EMA. As soon as I added here or I open a position, it did add that dump, but that dump is just a 0.04 move, so not a big deal there. But we were able to see this one because of that 9 EMA. This one is a 9 EMA setup as well to the long, so we'll long this one at 13.95. Entering long AMSC. This is not a low float, it's 28 million. Added to my position. Stop loss here is just below the 9 EMA, 13.57. Giving it some room, giving it 0.02. So this one is working already. This is a textbook setup here of a 9 EMA. Always is a good reminder, if we stick with the textbook setup, then yeah, it's an easier trade, and easier trade also gives you a big, you know, a nice risk to reward ratio. $14.58 acted as a resistance there, but I do have a stop loss higher than my break even. Where is, okay, TCTX, this one is, it's just not a clean move at all. So this one is about to test the VWAP right here. JetBlue was a textbook setup as well, able to capture that because of that 9 EMA textbook setup of that rejection. I didn't want to touch this one. This one still has a room to go down, but it had stopped me out a couple of times. And you now at least starting to work, but a lot of stop out. So that cost me. JetBlue, time to trail down the stop loss here. NEO, about to test the VWAP here. The thing that I liked about NEO is the higher time frame. Looks like we did find a pivot yesterday. TGTX had that loss again of the VWAP. This one now looks like it has a room now to go down. We have lost that resistance there. Volume is dying here when we're pushing down, thinking of adding to this position. We do have stacks of asks building up here, so hands is on the trigger to add. 14.52 will be the next destination here. Let's see, testing the support first. 14.16. Got stop out, small gain there. Would like to re-enter here because this is still can give us a good stop loss if we re-enter, but it does have room to go down to 13.81. Okay, entering long AMSC. Stop loss is just below this candlestick 13.61. JetBlue, just lowering down my stop loss. Okay to get stop out. TGTX eventually broke down. So I got all out here with a profit and then re-entered because the momentum came back to the long. Plus we do have a logical entry and stop loss still. Just waiting for this one to break 14.5 and that's the time to move the stop loss. We're still at the wick right here. That wick at 13.91 acted as a strong support there. Moving my stop loss now at the break even. We are heading to that resistance for 14.6. Acting as a strong resistance there. Had a rejection. So stop loss is just below the VWAP. Very close to getting stop out. Come on. Look at TGTX. Now it broke down. That was the move that I was waiting for. It was just so hard to trust TGTX because it, yeah, FOMO settling in. So that was the move that I was waiting for. So time is everything in trading. This is what TGTX is now doing after it stopped me out. But this one is a good trade here. So let's just see what this one. We now have created a new high of this consolidation, which is 14.67. 14.70 is the next destination. Resistance right there expected because we are heading at the VWAP. What is happening with NEO? NEO, I'm just gonna lower down my stop loss here. So much consolidation going on. And then my JetBlue is just lowering down my stop loss as well in JetBlue. TGTX eventually broke down. Testing the VWAP here, 14.75, 14.80. A lot of profit takers are gonna be there. Moving my stop loss here, just trailing my stop here now. Okay, took some partial because that's the VWAP. Expect some profit takers there, but I took some partial there. So just trailing my stop here. I'm behind you. There's a big 15 here that would pop to 15. Did we touch the 15? Big momentum here. So I have a stop loss just below the VWAP. Is still there. It will pop the 15. I would just be very interested to see the pop here. About to get filled. 15. There's the 15. Ceiling there. 15. There's still a bunch of orders sitting there. Okay. I need the buyers to still step in this trade. That can help us with this trade. 15 is the ceiling now. About to break that ceiling. 15. Bunch of 15. We're waiting for the ceiling to be broken. That 15, there you go, 1503. Time to trail the stop. Just trailing my stop loss here. Okay, so got stop out there, but that was a 1600 move. Could have been better if the rest of the stocks were in our favor, but NIO is just one heck of choppiness. Look at this choppiness here. A bunch of algos. This one was eventually went to test the low of the day, but I was in a AMSC trade, so this one can be a good short, but it's just so strong, and this is a gap up by 46, so very low probability of having that go lower. At most, you can just get short squeeze with that, most especially at the VWAP. NIO, just waiting for me to get step out here. So, okay. So JetBlue here is quietly working in our favor. Just lost the VWAP, but this one is JetBlue. Okay, so JetBlue, I now have my stop loss lower than my the VWAP. Just waiting for me to get step out. NIO is just. So what I would like to highlight here though is once you wait for your A plus setup here, the 9 EMA trade, high probability, the probability of that trade working in your favor gets so much compared to prediction. I was preempting my trade to GGTX because of this big gap down, but at the cost of getting chopped here. So that was a loss there. Same thing with NIO. I waited for a short bias here at the open just because of this pivot here. Looks like we have a doji yesterday, so I was short bias right at the open, but it wasn't ready. So yeah, timing is everything. TUB, wow, short squeeze here, about to get halted. Yes, and this one just got halted. Wow, interesting. So yeah, when I was trying to force a trade in TGTX as well as NEO, look at other stocks that are working or not really working because I did not enter TUP, but other stocks that are easier to trade. So TUP was yeah, just hold it. So that's the thing about trading. When you get step out couple of times with your trade and you see that that trade is not an easy trade, feel free to look around and look for an easier trade. That's the time that we get to see JetBlue as a textbook setup for a 9 EMA, as well as the, let me just lower down my stop loss here, as well as AMSC as a textbook setup of a 9 EMA. This one looks like still has some room to go, but we were able to capture it all the way to the VWAP, which is a move of 13.92 all the way to 14.78 with a span of 5, 10, 15 minutes, just because we were looking for that A plus setup. Tesla found the bottom right here. And so that's the reason why we do have our 4 screens. The other top 2 screens are just 8 on the left is my gap down, 8 on the right are all my gap up. In that way, if there are anything that's forming that is an A plus setup, then we get to monetize on that. So right now, JetBlue just waiting for me to get stuff out there. Rivian had a good reversal here. Now look at the daily. Daily is not as strong because we're heading to just a consolidation. So that makes this one not an A plus setup because yeah, looking at the 5, this one looks like it is a reversal. But when I look at the daily, it is actually just testing that low of this candlestick. So it is just bunch of consolidation there. So that's how you look at the high time frame as well. Now TGTX is yeah, that low of the day acting as a support here. It would just be very risky to take it long at this point because this is such a weak stock that is down by 50%. JetBlue waiting for me to get step out. 0.01 to getting step out. Wow, still moving here. BLTR had been strong for a couple of days. This could have been the one and done trade here, still moving. So this pop right here could have been those shorts squeeze as well. People tried to short it and they got squeezed. So meaning if they short, they have to buy it back, covering it and add to the fire on this and just add to that squeeze. BLTR looking very bearish here because of that big wick. But the daily here is just a move of 19.42 to 19.95, so less than 50 cents move, not really enough for retail traders to get to monetize on. So AMC, big rejection. Wow, big rejection here, 15.37. That's awesome. Yeah, but right now it's at the VWAP. It can be it can go either direction here. So not a good trade to get in at AMC right now, or AMSC. I have a stop loss right there with NEO. That would be my last trade here at NEO. Look at how it looks like. It's so bunch of algorithms right there. Bunch of wick as well on the top and at the bottom, so not the cleanest trade. 14.91. Let's see if that's gonna stop me out. Very close to getting stop out. Apple looks like it did find a bottom here, but just consolidation in the daily. Neo, yeah, just stop me out here. This is okay. So I'm out of Neo, still down big time at Neo, but yeah, that's the reality of trading. So now it's just time to look for those A plus setup. Very interesting. Looking at TUP, this one just was in big move from 4.7 all the way to 5.7, and it just resumed because this one got halted, but this one, it's not even shortable. So yeah, no trades to take there. SoFi is an inside bar, no trades to take there. Neo could pretty much be a short now, but it had stopped me so many times that I just don't want to touch it. So the GTX bounced off of that low of the day. The GTX 5 minutes is getting interesting though. Look at how many there's stacks of bids sitting right here at TGTX. So that one still has some room for this one to go lower. Although in the 5 minutes it is forming that first white candlestick or first signs of yeah, that can either be profit takers who were short at the VWAP, tried to cover their positions. SoFi, this one is getting interesting. We have a hammer right here, although it's down by 7.4%. Volume is still not there, so this one still is not done heading lower. It can test the 9 EMA, but how much would that move can go? Does it have a potential for at least go to the VWAP? Probability is low, so not gonna enter that trade. TGTX now. $10.30 volume here, bunch of volume. When it's pushing up, there's still no volume to support it. So yeah, that can just be a very minute move to the upside. This one eventually had a rejection at the VWAP. It's now hard to tell how much can this one go below the VWAP. So yeah, not entering that. GTX. Look at this one. Just because of the volume bar could have given you a sign that yeah, you want to do this one to reversal, but there's no volume to support it. So there's a lot of fake out here. So if you entered at 10.22, 10.31, a big fake out again at 10.24. So not even worth it, because you're just gonna end up with paying a bunch of commissions. Riot, it's just flat in the daily. Neo, I hate Neo so much. SoFi had that a little bit of a move, $10 move there. So looking for a textbook setup here. No open position. Um, and yeah, Jet Blue still is at that rejection at the VWAP, but this one we were able to trade at 725, 713. Very small move. That's why for you to be profitable with that, you just have to increase your share size. Of course, if it's an A plus setup. Now this one is after it had stopped me out a couple of times. Now this one is ready to go down. Wow. Good entry to the short is 14.91. Okay, HTX starting to look interesting here. This candlestick is gonna be done forming in the next 2 seconds. Boom. So that formed a doji. Let's see, does this one have a room for this to go up? Let's observe what the tape as well as the level 2 is going to give us. So this is where you get to study the price action here. Are there buyers stepping in versus just a lot of fake outs, or just a bunch of algorithms trying to move the market, trying to move the TGTX? Of course, while I'm looking at that, I'm looking at the other stocks as well. It's trying to scan if there's any A plus setup that's forming. Look at this one, still going below previous candlestick, looking at the daily. And yeah, that's why this one still does not have the momentum for this to bounce off of, oh, NIO. This is the move that I was waiting for. So NIO eventually broke down, got me step out a couple of times here. TGTX, and also broke that support. So those were the good shorts. I just shorted it at the wrong time. So what am I looking at here? Looking at CCL. CCL have been just trending lower for the past couple of minutes since they opened at 9:30. So it's looking very overextended to the low, as well as NCLH. NCLH, I'm looking for a reversal for these two candles, for these two stocks. TGTX. This is like FOMO really sinking in. So yeah, what happened with TGTX is the thesis is valid that it is a short, but I shorted it here in the middle of this candlestick, or I shorted it here waiting for even more opening range breakdown using the 5 minutes, but it's like overextended here already, and got stop out, short again, stop out, and that time I got burned, and did not want to re-enter it, and now it's moving. Same thing with NEO. NEO was a short, but couple of stop out here, and now it is working in that nice fashion to the short. So but that is the case. Now I'm just looking for any easier trade. A reversal with CCL or NCLH. Both are cruised stocks. JetBlue, Adriel, I think travel sector or transportation to be exact, sector is getting the beating today. So JetBlue I did short. CCL I'm waiting for a reversal, as well as NCLH. NEO, I was short bias because how the daily looks very nice to the short because of this doji here. But with the stop out, it just messed up my psychology there. Now it's like looking at how it's working now. So no open position, waiting for any signs of reversal here. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, we did find a hammer right there, but how much of that move can happen? And that's why I pointed out that that can just get that resistance in the 9 EMA, which is exactly what it did. It had a rejection in 9 EMA. So if you entered at 10.56, 10.67, we're talking about just 10 cents move there, which is not enough just to, you know, you're just going to end up paying commissions there. So still looking at CCL and NCLH, waiting for a reversal here. Uber is getting interesting because we do have a level here. This is the low of the day. Low of this candlestick is at 46.48. I will be interested in what it'll do once it touched that support at 46.33. Will it break that support, or that support will act as a good support and make it as a bouncing area? So today is a little bit of a longer trading day than usual. It's 10.47. Note that at this point, volume, especially around 11:30, is starting to die down. So we'll take into consideration at opening a position at that time. TGTX is still heading lower, as well as the NEO. No point in chasing that one. Uber, not really found the support yet, as well as CCL. Uber about to test this level here, the body of that candlestick 46.47. CCL 17.54. JetBlue is still heading down, so travel sector is still heading down. Looking at the daily with SPY, we are just almost, yeah, still down compared from yesterday. Rivian as well. We'll go back to CCL and Rivian. I was telling about this nice little bit of a hammer right there, not the perfect one, but could be a bouncing area. But look at how it's not as a V reversal here, just because our daily looks like we're just heading under consolidation. Okay, CCL here, we did form that wick 17.48. What I would like to see in CCL is this hammer is gonna close in the next 5 seconds, is for this one to be a white hammer or a green candlestick, and then I would like to be long here at the high of this candlestick, which is at 17.57. So looking at the tape here, so entry here to the long, if that's gonna give us, is 17.57. So we'll not be interested in longing this one if, of course, it breaks the low of this candlestick, went below 17.48. So it is 17.50. Lots of print, lots of sellers there at 17.50. SPY is just above the VWAP now. Interesting that CCL, the volume bar right here, is slightly lower than this when we were pushing up. So just for me not to keep on thinking of where is the level that I will be interested in entering long, I put a level there, 17.57. If we go up above 17.57, then I will long this stock. So that's where the power of hotkeys comes into place, because you can quickly just press your hotkeys and you could have entered that trade in a couple of seconds. While waiting for that level, I'm looking at Uber. Uber is testing as well that level, 46.58. Okay, we're very close here, 17.55. Looking at the tape here, 57, entering long, added to my position. That was a quick one. I was waiting for 17.57, but it did just print, and so I entered long there, willing to add to my position because this is a cheap stock. So yeah, I am, a good entry could have been at 17.57, but yeah, I was looking at Uber, but yeah, this one is now working. Together with this, I'm looking at, oops, CCL already have not moved, but 18.53 could have been, so I'm 10 cents late in CLH. So if it gives a little bit of a pullback, then I will re-enter this one, or I will start a position, but I need to have this one at least closer to 18.53 to mitigate my risk. So 18.59, hence is on the trigger here, entering long here, a little bit late to the party here, but that's why I have just a small position compared to my CCL. Let's see, JetBlue is bouncing as well. Nope. So just this two. Okay, so CCL is already working nicely here. Time to move that stop loss above my break even so I don't turn this one into a losing trade. NCLH, not a big position. Give me a pullback so I can add to this position. 16 added to my position. Not the best one because it was not in the pullback, but stop loss here is just below this candlestick, 18.46. Just lower down, very close to break even here. The stop loss is just the entry that I have is not the best entry here. The best one is at 18.51, but I was looking at CCL, so did not get to have the best entry there. CCL, a little bit of a pullback there, just moving my stop loss above my break even. Okay, what else is moving? Okay, this one, still lots of volume here, still not done. Heading lower. NCLH, it did stop me out, but that's totally fine because I would like to enter this one with a lower risk at 18.53. CCL, I have a better entry in CCL than NCLH. So re-entering long at NCLH here. Just a small position. Okay, TGTX, what are we doing? Big volume bar here, pushing down. It's still not done, heading lower. Volume here is dying when we're pushing down, which is very bullish. Since I do have a solid stop loss in CCL, I'll focus on NCLH because I'm thinking of adding to this position. So added to my position in NCLH, and stop loss here is just below this moving average, 18.55. Bunch of consolidation. Okay, so Uber, this is the level that we were looking at. So the good place here to long is at 46.57 because we were initially analyzing what would Uber would do at 56.34, which is the support, and it did had that bouncing area at that level, but we are now late. Very close to getting step out here. So what I would like Uber to do is be closer to 46.58 so I can enter long here just to mitigate the risk because now it's a bit overextended. Uber still did not get to put an entry there for this. That's why some people, they actually like to put already an order sitting there, but I don't do that because I would like to see as well the tape and the level 2, because there's some people who would just put in orders at the level 2, which is actually, some people can cancel that. Remember that anything that is in the level 2 can be canceled. The only thing that is really true in true transaction that's going on here is that when it gets printed in the tape. Okay, so this is what I wanted to see in Uber. Had a little bit of a pullback there. I want more pullback so I can enter long if still is a long bias. Not a lot of volume when it's pushing down here. Hand is on the trigger to be long in Uber. Considering that this can take some time as well to form, we are heading into that consolidation, unlike the V reversal that yeah, that it can just reverse on you dramatically. This one can take some time to reverse. So 46.43, let's see if it's gonna give us some support there, and it's on the trigger to long. Also, if this broke the support, then this is not a long anymore. Looking at the 5 minutes, okay, so I entered long right there, just above the body of this candlestick. Stop loss here is the low of the day, 46.29. CCL, since we were able to enter this one at the reversal, this one is just an easy trade. So this is the trade that I was talking about earlier. Wait for the setup, and sometimes I do have to remind myself about that as well, most of the time. But that's also the reason why, as a trader, there is always some room to grow, always some room to be better. So just moving my stop loss here, NCLH moving my stop loss as well. NCLH just a little below this candlestick. In that way, it still is a logical stop loss, not like you're waiting for the market maker to just stop you out. So Uber, I do have a stop loss right there below that low of the day. Let's manage CCL. NCLH, let's manage this trade as well. Stop loss is still okay. Bunch of rejection there though. Not the best entry here. That's why only right now only 90 unrealized. Uber. So Uber, we were able to look into this right there at the high of this body, because even up to when it was still heading lower here, we already have a price in mind of what it will do once it touched the low of the day. And that low of the day actually did ended up having as a strong support. So that's the reason why I entered long here. So CCL working nicely, moving my stop loss. It's like an ant, moving very slowly. But consider that it is a slow mover. It took a while for NCLH as well as CCL to find a direction and move. It took them from 9:30 all the way to 10:45. So that's why we're just gonna be very patient with that trade and just trail our stop. So Uber here, it is going to be testing that 9 EMA at 46.72. Not a lot of volume there, so still traders are still on the sideline, really not trusting this one as you know, a pivot point yet, but we did have a good entry, so we still have some room for this one to trail our stop and manage our stop loss. CCL have that big reversal right there, all green candlesticks or white candlestick when it comes to my chart here. But yeah, just trail my stop. And CLH, very close to getting stop out, which is fine. Okay, let's see if NCLH is gonna stop me out. Looks like it just had a big rejection there. And then CCL had a rejection as well in the 9 EMA, but stop loss is there. Uber testing that 9 EMA. Okay, NCLH stopped me out. Totally fine there. CCL, will it stop me out as well? 0.02 from getting stop out. Okay, CCL stopped me out. JetBlue now, this one we are seeing some reversal here, but we still have not touched the low of the day though for JetBlue. Okay, this one, Riot, just bunch of consolidation there too. JetBlue, very solid here with this doji. Thinking of doing a long here if this one goes above 7.04. Bunch of orders sitting right here, but also at 7, so there's still no imbalance there. Okay, entering long JetBlue, stop loss here is just that 7.01. This is a long day, 7.01. Let's give it some room. So 7 and 7. What did AMSC did? Yeah, just bunch of consolidation and then tested the VWAP again. Riot had a pivot point there, 17.2. I did not like the daily, so I did not enter there. Time is it, just getting hungry. Uber, bunch of consolidation. Very interesting here. We're still heading higher high, higher low, although we do have that rejection right here at the 9 EMA, but we do have a stop loss right there too. CLH. Yeah, just stopped us out and then now heading higher. Lots of fake out today. This one could have been a good re-entry at 17.66, but it's okay. We do have the JetBlue anyway, which is moving very slowly here. What I would like CCL to do is to retest again 17.66. So now looking for an easier trade again. Time is at 11:09. Since JetBlue is just a couple of cents, this one is just, yeah, not the most sexy stocks. Uber, very slowly moving here. Give me a 46.55 and I will add to this position. Let's see. Oopsie. Wrong hotkeys. $14.50. Added to my position. Did not go lower to what I wanted to add at 46.56, but I did add to my position there. Since I added to my position, time to update my stop loss, 46.29. Okay, let's see what else is there. JetBlue is just grinding very slowly. Rivian have rejection at the VWAP. AMC crawling up nicely above the VWAP. NCLH eventually broke after a couple of step out on me. It did move. So this could have been a good re-entry at 17.68. Would like to re-enter this trade if it goes 17.67. Yeah, just late here. That's a big volume. It's a big candlestick though for a little volume bar. Okay. So yeah, no trades to take there, but what I'm seeing in PLTR is what movements are we doing? 50 cents here. Almost just flat at the VWAP though. Not a lot of moves there. JetBlue, not exciting. This one, I was hoping to re-enter at 17.68. Did not give us that. Let's look at what Uber is doing. The 5 minutes. Oh boy. Yeah, big volume bar right here to the downside. That doesn't look good. But that can also serve as lots of sellers. Let's see. How much did Uber? Oh, okay. Looking at the daily, Uber have moved significantly for a couple of months. TGTX, look at how pre-market low is now acting as a very strong ceiling there. Had a rejection at that level. PLTR. The thing that had been calling my attention here is this one retested again. You have a big volume bar screaming at you that this is a very short bias. Had that little bit of a push up. Did not even have the momentum for this to test the high of the day, 20.11, and it just had that big rejection at 20. This could have been a good short if it had been moving at least more than $1, but since it's just a 50 cents move, there's not really a big risk to reward ratio that you can get there. Okay, so let's see if this is gonna stop me out with Uber. Yeah, this big volume bar was the one that scared me. Okay, stop loss 46.29. Will that act as a support? When I saw this big volume bar, that's the time that you get to doubt the trade that you took, but you do have a stop loss there, which is a logical stop loss. So yeah, got me stop out there. Okay. So yeah, that was the indicator there that this one still does not have a room to go up. So looking for an easier trade again. don't like that most of the stocks now are in either in the VWAP. Uber just stopped me out, and then now I have that bunch of consolidation. Now we're starting to pile up here because there was like a bunch of stop loss that got hit. Okay, re-entered Uber here. This would be the last re-entry to the long. Added to my position. Stop loss here is 46.19. See what SoFi is doing in that level. Still very weak. Let's see if Uber's still gonna have those fake outs. Look for an easier trade. Riot here. When it's pushing down. There's just no follow through that's happening here. Bunch of orders here, 46.64. TUP have formed a double top, but TUP is the one that was on that was halted and is not shortable. Looking at Uber, will it lose this moving average, which it did? Okay, let's look for an easy trade. Go back to the easy trade. This is the double top here, but not shortable. This one I like just because at least this one is shortable. But now it's just a VWAP, so no trades to take there. Good trades are the extreme ones, V reversal, double top, triple top. NCLH have now moved to what I was waiting it for. Not the best entry here, that's why I got stopped out there. But yeah. Had another rejection here close to the S4. Uber eventually. Uber is now above the 9 EMA, testing again that high, 46.68. I won't be surprised if that one get a rejection again, because that seemed to be the pattern here. Giving it some room here. XBEV rejection at the VWAP. NEO rejection again at the S4. JetBlue heading higher, as well as other travel sectors, NCLH and CCL. BLTR still has that rejection. BLTR did not have that dramatic move, but this one is easy enough to read just because of that big giveaway there. Uber, that was the resistance that I was waiting for it to break. We're now above the 9 EMA. Got a red trade there at the first move, so just giving this one some room. And CLH is so nice here. Okay, looks like another rejection there at Uber. Very tricky, very sneaky. Wow. SoFi have that double bottom, 10.43, big volume bar here. So I don't like what Uber is doing. SPY is heading higher. Looking at AMSC, it's breaking out again. This one was the big mover for us today, 13.9 all the way to 14.78. It's a very strong stock, up by 52%. What is this? American Superconductor Corporation. Fourth quarter loss increases. Misestimate. Misestimate, but still pushing up. That's the thing about not trading the earnings, especially if you're an option trader, because even if it misses the estimate, it still can go up just like this. Misses estimate, but it's up by 55%. So as a day trader, we only trade those that have a good catalyst, as well as we trade, mostly technical levels. And like options that you do some technical levels as well, but if you are going to be trading options based on the um, earnings, then you're just gambling. So just putting my stop loss about my break even with JetBlue and Uber. Still heading higher high, higher low here. Not taking any partials yet. And CLH is very nice. Have that V reversal there, which is I'm not in the trade, so that stinks. As well as CCL. Was able to capture a little bit of a move, but stopped me out. That's the risk of having a tight stop loss. Okay, let's see what Uber is doing now. Uber, another rejection at 46.72, but it is looking very bullish at the 5 minutes, so we'll just give it some room. Okay, not a lot in my cup up, cup down now, as well as the one that I'm watching. So let's see if there's anything that's active. SPY. Down by 0.36. This is the reason why other traders like the opening range breakdown or break up, just because a couple of minutes of trading day, at least you are done. When it comes to reversal, it takes a longer time just because you're waiting for those massive move. You're waiting for the V. You're waiting for a double top, double bottom. Here we did wait for the double bottom. It actually was a triple bottom, first bottom, third and fourth. First, second, and third. JetBlue, moving my stop loss again here. Okay, to get stop out. Another retraction there at 46.81. Riot here. Just looking at Riot, it did have that bunch of consolidation here. And yeah, Riot now is very interesting because the bunch of volume came in. Was waiting for a reversal here to the long. So considering Riot to the long. Entering long Riot. Added to my position in Riot. So now I have 3 open position. So where is Riot here? Riot, yeah, big volume came in when it tested at 17. So just open a position there. Stop loss here is just below this, yeah, low of the day, 17.06. The thing that I like about reversal though is, for me, it still is a lower risk trade compared to an opening range breakdown, breakup. Opening range breakdown, breakup, you can be done with your trade in less than 30 minutes. But know that there is also a higher risk there. I'm just waiting for me to get stop out here. Just because you're maximizing the move, that dramatic move at the open. The only thing though is if it goes against you, then you'll have a big loss as well right at the open. And that's the rest about doing the opening range breakdown, breakup. It is a faster trade if you have to only have 30 minutes or an hour in your day to trade, then that could be for you. But the only thing is there's also that higher risk involved there. Unlike with reversals, you know, it is a longer trade. It takes a while for it to form, but at least you can have a solid stop loss and entry. Just moving my stop loss here above the break even. Just didn't want this one to turn into a losing trade. Did JetBlue stop me out yet? Not yet. Riot is working nicely here. What I saw with Riot was it's one of my screen. Good. It's one of my the stock that I'm watching, but what I saw was this big volume bar that came, and that one have massive move that made this one create that wick. So on top of this doji, that's where I entered long, and it's working nicely here. So I'm giving it some room to move, but now that we are above the 9 EMA, I am gonna move my stop loss now to 17.17. So moving my stop loss to 17.16, giving it some room for this to move around. This one is just below that doji right there. JetBlue looks like it stopped me out. Very small green trade there, JetBlue. This one is the V reversal that we were waiting for, but did not get a good entry there. So yeah, got a loss there. Uber still higher high, higher low with the 5 minutes. So volume bar here, big volume bar when it's pushing down. Riot is working nicely. Just time to trail my stop. So moving my stop loss above my break even here. Just trailing stop. Looking for an easier trade again. PLTR had another rejection, but this is the 50 cents move, so not really interested with that. JetBlue rejection. This one could have been a good rejection, but good rejection here would be at the test of the high of the day at 20. Riot, just trailing our stop here. Still a bunch of orders sitting here. What is, so Riot, those are the Bitcoin stuff. Let's see what 17.27. What else is Mara? Is also another Bitcoin. Wow, Mara also had that good move. Now waiting for Uber to break 46.82. There you go. Working nicely there, but basically it's just like digging myself out of the hole as well with Uber because I was red initially. Okay, so that one was a big rejection at 46.85. Okay, like Riot here, just gonna trail my stop here. As you can observe, I don't get to trail my stops so quickly with Uber just because I am also weighing my risk here because I'm still was down initially there by 570. So if I make a tight stop loss, then that can easily get me stop out when in fact we still have some potential here to go up to this moving average 46.92 and then to the VWAP. I do have a good entry here at the low of or just above this wick, so that makes this a low risk trade. But considering that I was red initially, I still am giving it some room for this to move. This one was an easy trade. We were able to capture that one because of this giveaway of the volume bar. While that one is working, looking for an easier trade, scanning as well, whatever is the chart giving me. AMSC, this is the one that I was looking for earlier, what it would do once it tests the high of the day. I would like to see this one at 16.78. Let's see if 16.78 will act as a strong ceiling versus will it act now as a support that it will still be able to move further away or up. So Uber is working nicely, higher high, higher low here, although there's a bunch of wicks. That's why we're giving it some room for this to go. A little bit of wider stop, but just trailing my stop. My stop loss now is above my break even. Riot working nicely. We're now about to test the VWAP here. We just went above that moving average. Expect some profit takers at the VWAP, and that's why I'm just trailing stop loss here. This one, I want this to go 16.77. I look at the volume, the volatility here. This is a retail trader's dream to see those bunch of orders going through, how fast the level 2 as well as the tape is printing, and the volume here is 30 million. So that is where a lot of retail traders are making their money out of. Okay, this is the rejection that I was anticipating in that VWAP. I do have a stop loss right there. Uber got a little bit of resistance right there at that moving average, so moving my stop loss again. Stop loss now is just below this 9 EMA. Okay, Riot still has some room to go. 17.5354 is the next destination here at Riot. Bunch of orders sitting here. It will pop to the VWAP. This could have been an easy trade here. B reversal, totally fine. There would be some other opportunities that other stocks can give us. This is the price that I was waiting for. Let me just put a level here. So that's 16.77. Riot. Moving my stop loss again. Uber. Big rejection there. 46.87. I do have a stop loss, which is like 13 cents away from the current price. Where is that? What I'm looking at? Okay, big rejection at Uber. Okay, this is the one that's getting interesting now. 16.76. Bunch of orders sitting right here. So this will pop. I just wanted to see how, wow, Uber just had a dump. Let's see if this is gonna stop me out. 0.2 cents away from getting stop out. Okay, so that's still, let's see something that's more interesting. Okay, so that is the 16.80. This is gonna go above 16.80 here. The momentum is just there. Very strong stock. Now this one, will you short this one? This one still has a big momentum for this to go up. So there's no point in trying to time the top because it's up by 63%. This can still go up by 74% or might also just go down, but you can just easily get short squeeze here where all the shorts try to short it here and then the bulls will come in and as a short you will try to cover it, so this can have a big jump from 1680 to 17. So I just like watching it, but you don't want to jump into a train in front of the train. You just want to observe it for now, see the price action, and see how it reacts at that level. It will be a less riskier trade if it's an oversold and then have that double bottom instead of this that it's a double top where the momentum is there. There's like 31 million volume that's being actively traded. That would be like jumping in front of the train if you short it right there. Alright, so we just went above the VWAP here, trailing my stop. Okay to get stop out. Big volume there that pushed this one to the VWAP. I was so close in getting stop out here. Tried to have this one up again. Rejection at 46.81. So yeah, if this one stopped me out, still will have some profit there. So since this one will take some time to consolidate, I have a stop lost here, waiting for some profit there. Let's just watch this. Bulls are just not done pushing this up. Let's see if Uber is gonna stop me out. 46.63, 0.05 away from getting stop out. Not a lot of volume when it was pushing up there. How many shares is shortable? Now shortable is 400,000 shares. Wow, not a lot of volume though when it was pushing down. Very risky trade. Don't want to jump into that. That could be an easier one. BLTR, we were looking at this earlier, formed that first, second, third top, and third top got a rejection. So it's not as dramatic as ASMC, but look at this one. It already moved from 20 to 19.77. So still less than 25 cents, but that was a move there. I did not went into this trade because it just was moving less than the dollar. Bunch of consolidation. This is the easy trade here. $17.48 stop loss. Was trying to move it at 17.49. Doesn't really matter if it's just like a 0.01 move up. So I would rather move the stop loss once it breaks 17.58, which is the current ceiling right now. Alright, so now NIO is getting interesting because we have formed a new high of the day. New high of the day for NIO is 15.05. NIO was the short biased but look at the volume here. Volume started to pile up when it was pushing up. So let's see if NIO is going to give us an opportunity to short this one. So NIO will come back to that. This one, we have now VWAP as a support. Wanted to move my stop loss, but just waiting for that resistance to be broken first before moving my stop loss. Okay. Where's NIO? Time is at 11:51. That's the move that I was waiting for. Time to move the stop loss. Just below this support right here. That's the wick of that candlestick. Okay, Uber stopped me out. Dang. Did not have a maximize profit there, but that's totally fine. Trying to lower down the risk there, so still able to get some profit there because initially I was down by 600, so lower down my loss there to 300 now. Riot on the other hand was a easy trade. This is the kind of trade that I want. Okay, now we're consolidating NIO. Oh shoot. NIO, okay, shorting NIO here. Stop loss is just the high of the day, which is 15.05. Just doing a small position first and then willing to add to that once I get some confirmation that we're really heading lower. Perfect. This one just trailing my stop. This is like a walk in the park trade because of this giveaway here. Yo. Look at this one. Just stopped me out and still heading higher here. I needed to have a tight stop loss because I was initially at a loss there. So that's the thing about considering the risk and the reward. If I did not have a loss initially there, I could have just kept my stop loss at the break even, which I could have stayed in this trade. But just because I was down by 600 at that trade, I needed to protect that profit. So stop out. This one still has some room to test the VWAP, but I'm totally fine with that. Just trying to mitigate the risk. NIO had a support right there, 14.95. Stop loss here, 15.05. Riot working nicely here. This is the kind of move that, oh, I should have put more shares here, because with this, not a lot of volume or not a lot of share sets that I used, I'm not really I did not really capitalize on this trade, but it already had moved, so not planning to add to any of those position just because it's overextended. Okay, so NEO, I like that it did have that rejection at 15. So still have some bunch of orders sitting right here at 15. Riot is very nice trade here, trailing my stop again. What an easy trade with Riot. Those are the kind of trades that as a trader you want to be involved in. Easy trades. This one, if you shorted it here, you're still in bunch of consolidation, which this can consolidate for a while, and that's why I did not want to enter that one. Okay, trailing my stop. Okay, NEO here. I like how 5 minutes now is looking very bearish. So added to my position to the NEO. Since I added, updating my stop loss. This would be very funny if this is gonna stop me out again. Yeah. Because that would just mean that, yeah, this NEO trade is just, I'm not able to read. Alright, so trailing my stop here. Anytime this one has a pullback, I will be out. But that already had a move of, right now is in the realize of 940. Okay, so NCLH 5 minutes have shorting NCLH here. We have the first 5 minutes to be bearish here added to my position. Stop loss here is at 19.60. Where is my trades? Okay, still we are heading to that moving average 17.74, but still a bunch of orders here. Still has some momentum there. NEO, what is NEO doing? Having that support right here, 14.9. I have a stop loss at 15. Okay, a little bit of resistance here. I will be surprised if this one even pushed up, because that looks so, yeah, overextended for me. So even if I'm long bias, it will be very interesting that this one will break that 17.75. So that's why I just moved my stop loss there. Okay, so NCLH have that rejection. Time to move that stop loss now, lower than my break even, and time to trail that stop. NEO is still a pain trade. Okay, we have a potential to test the VWAP here, so let's trail down our stop. Wow, what a strong stock here. I don't know what Bitcoin is doing, but keep doing it because this is working in my favor. So these are the sector stocks of those the Bitcoin, all those Mara, same sector as this. Trailing my stop here. NCLH, time to trail that stop. NEO is a pain. Okay, a little bit of a pullback there. That's what I was expecting it, because this one is just a massive move there already. So 17.67 is my stop loss. And CLH is moving nicely here. Anytime it bounces up, I'll be out of this trade, which is totally fine. I'm 0.5 cents away from getting stop out. Riot still is trying to test that ceiling. Okay, and CLH stopped me out there, which is not a bad trade. Neo is still a pain here. Over after I got stopped out there, then it just went to consolidation. Wow, it is gonna break 17.75 here. So again, those are the trades that, you know, could have added more to this position that I am in. I only have like 2,000 shares here. There you go. Look at how strong that thing is. Wow, moving my stop loss here. Neo, what is my stop loss here? 15.05. So just a 0.05 risk here. Looks like it's gonna stop me out here. Okay, so what time is it? It's 12. Let's see if we can find an easy trade. This one had a rejection. Okay, 16.2. Nice. But yeah, too risky for me. This one is still moving. After it stopped me out, it's still moving here, but totally fine. Was able to get some profit there. Riot. Okay, fair enough. Riot stopped me out. That was already a good move there. At this point, it actually looks weak now. Will this be a good short now? Let's see. Volume picked up there. SPY is heading. Yeah, could be a good short, but let's see. Volume did pick up there. Still a bunch of orders here. SPY is below the VWAP. Thinking of whether shorting this one or looking for an easier trade. Okay. Shorting Riot now. We just had that big rejection right there. I was just went so quick. I was scanning, seeing if there's any easier trade, but it 17.7677 is the stop loss here. Neo consolidating. Uber eventually had it broke the 9 EMA. TGTX eventually went to test the VWAP again and had a good rejection at the VWAP. Rivian could have been a good short here. Short right here, 26. Let's see if this is gonna stop me out. This one could have been a good short. Let's see if this is gonna stop me out again. Very close to getting stop out at Riot. Okay, so I'm out at Riot. I needed to give some profit back there. It was just not ready for the reversal. Tesla have formed a double bottom here. Tested that support at 261. Looks like it's not yet done. Moving down though. Volume bar was still so high. It's pushing down. SoFi is looks like we found the bottom, but the volume bar here is just so huge that it's hard to trust that it's done heading lower. So yeah, let's look for an easier trade again. And CLH still very strong. Tesla looking interesting here. Volume is not there when it's pushing up. The thing that I like about Tesla now is it had formed that double bottom to 61.6. Find the support here. Not really. And this is the reason why I like to look at different stocks, just because look at NIO. If NIO is the only one that I'm watching at, then I would have just been looking at this consolidation, and who knows how long this consolidation will take place. Okay, Tesla had formed that double bottom. Volume is still there when it's pushing down. Still a bunch of orders sitting right here to the short while waiting for the big order right here, 261.89. So 261.89. So yeah, still has waiting for orders to get filled here. So very bearish. I know it's counterintuitive, but those people who's waiting to get filled here, knowing that the price will come to them, that makes it very bearish. Okay, so let's see if this is gonna stop me out here. 0.01 from getting stop out. Okay, stop out at NIO. Look at how, yeah, this one I'm entering short as well. This is VPA here, anomaly here, big volume bar, small candlestick. We're really heading lower now. This is just bunch of stop loss that got hit. So just waiting for these orders to get filled before I jump into this. But the anomaly here is this big candlestick, small volume bar. So waiting for this 15.1718. Let's clear this ask first before jumping in short, but I will short this one because of this big anomaly here. We're now at the S3, 15.15. Okay, this is gonna move to, inshallah, if those gets filled, 15.11 or 10. That's the resistance right there for now. 15.10. Bunch of orders sitting here. 15.20. I'd like those orders to get filled before shorting it. Now what's the, oh, Tesla. Tesla is very looking good now because of that 5-minute candlestick. But I'm just waiting for this trade for now. But yeah, Tesla is a good long at this point. So let's just go quickly here. Tesla is a good long because of this 5 minutes right here. Okay, back to NIO. Waiting for this order to get this ask. Still has this wall right here. Okay. Volume here is dying. This still is, can move to 15.20. Or let's see if this even have a potential for it to close green for this, trying to go green. There you go, 15.80, rejection there. While waiting for that, looking for an easier trade. 15.20 is the next destination. Rejection, first rejection, 15.18. First rejection there, 15.18. We are almost 15 cents away from getting this into the green zone. $15.18 acting as a ceiling there. $15.20. Big order is 15.25 right here. So that's the next destination, which is here, 15.25. Big order right there, 270. So they're really pushing this one. Possible to test yesterday's closing price. Next destination here is 25. Looking at Riot here, Riot trying to see whether it is a good time to short Riot. We have 2.5 minutes to have this 5 minutes candlestick to close. Volume did pick up here to the short. Okay, shorting Riot here, added to my position. Stop loss here, 17.9. Looking well, doing this one, looking at the SPY as well as the NEO, because NEO is the one that I was waiting for a short. Okay, let's go back to NEO. 15.25 is the target price in NEO, which they're trying to push this to. Rejection there. 15.25, but still there. That order 15.25 still pushing there. Tesla still a good long here at 261.67. 15.25. These are the orders just trying to get filled before yesterday's closing price, just because you wanted to be filled first before bunch of traders go into this level. Okay, this is about to get filled. 15.25. We're at 15.24 now. Almost close to the top. Waiting for this big wall here. Okay, did it? It's still there. $15.25. Still waiting for that 200. So imagine that there's 2 zeros here, so that's 26,000 waiting to get filled. Tesla still is a very good risk to reward ratio to the long right here. Tested that level 261 a couple of times. All right, where's my Neo? There you go. That's 15.25. The wall there got filled. This still, that's 267 is still there. 266. 15.23. 23 is the one getting filled here. 23, 24. Come on. 23. Waiting for a pop in 25. There you go. There's the pop right there. Eventually got filled. We're now at the 25. 15.30. Bunch of orders sitting there. So they would like to close this one well for this time. Testing. About to test that resistance, the ceiling of yesterday's closing price. Hands is on the trigger to short this. 15.20. Okay, entering short Neo. Just started a small position there. Add it to my position. Add it to my position in NEO. Tight stop lost here, 15.26. Giving it some, okay, 15.28 there. See what Riot is doing. Riot, we are now heading to consolidation. XBEV looks like it did had a rejection in S3. But it only had moved from XBEV from 20.68 all the way to 19.79. Less than $1 move. You can just get stuck with paying commissions with that, so not worth it. This one could have been a good short, but yeah, high risk. That's why I did not went into that trade. Tesla here. See what Uber's doing now. Uber's still, yeah, just under consolidation. It's not a fun trade when you head into consolidation. Alright, so let's just watch NEO here. NEO. Let's look at the daily. Oops. Stop loss is that body of that previous candlestick. Riot. Moving very slow, but that's okay. We're now below the moving average, which is helping this trade. SPY is having a pullback, which I like because I am short on 2 trades, NEO and Riot. So I would actually like SPY to dump. Nice. That is support right there in S3, waiting for that 15.10 to be broken. Riot is waiting for that support to be broken, 17.74. Let's see if there's any easy trades. So for now, let's just watch NEO and Riot, because that's the current open positions that I have. Riot, this is a good place to add here to the short. We just lost that support right there, 17.74. Know that adding to this means I would have to move my stop loss. That can be a bit risky, so let's see. Added to my position in Raya to the short. Moving my stop loss 17.90 now. Oh wow, there's 1509 here. Very bearish there. Added to my position. Look at this one, 1509. So we're talking about 2 zeros, 100,000 shares waiting to get filled. So I added to my shorts there. SPY is heading lower as well. So I am gonna update my stop loss here. 1527. Order still sitting there. Let's see this 1509. 1509 is this support right here. Riot is working nicely. Riot is just, yeah, it's a clean mover today. Bunch of orders still sitting there. volume bar at NEO is starting to pick up. 15.09, 100,000 orders there, still sitting at the bid. So that's very bearish. Okay, waiting for this order. 15.09. It's still there. Riot is working nicely. Alright, time to lower down the risk here with Riot. Lower down my break even. Okay, NEO. Order still there. I'm really interested in seeing this order get filled. 15.09, because that's where the move to the downside will take place. Riot still good. Lowering down my stop loss again. Okay, NEO. Where is that order? Did I cancel it? Interesting. I don't like that that order got cancelled. So let's just manage our trade here with Riot. NEO 15.12. The strong support that we're trying to break is right now is 15.12. $15.12 is still the support there. I'm looking at Riot. Okay, Riot stopped me out. So Riot had a little bit of a move, which was it's an okay move. Okay, let's look for an easier trade. Testing that support again, 15.12. There you go. Okay, we're now trying to test a new support, 15.10. Next support here is 15.08. Once it goes below this 15.09, that's the time to lower down the rest to 15.18. Riot stopped me out. Looks like it still has some room to go down. Okay, that's the support that I was waiting for that to break. With SPY to win. SPY just found a support at 455. Okay, good. Now it's time to lower down the stop loss. Okay, new support that we're waiting for is 15.06. Stop loss here, just giving it a little bit of room, 15.17, just because that's the high of this week right here. Okay, Tesla now. Let's see. thinking of entering long here at Tesla. Let's look at the daily. Daily is under this moving average. Low probability still, although the lower time frame compared to the daily is bullish. Just the daily here, it still has some room to go here at 257. Okay, support now 15.09. We're trying to break off of. Okay, so this stopped me out, but still is heading lower, but that's okay. Big volume here came. Tesla, this candlestick closes, created a good support right there. SPY pushing a little bit. Still a bunch of orders here, very bearish, still has some room to go down. We are now heading below the S3. S3 now is acting as a good ceiling there, which is helping this trade. We're now below the moving average. Tight stop lost here. $260.5 acted as a support with Tesla. Waiting for NEO to break that 15.08 support. NEO is just that stock that have been moving very slowly to the downside. It did had this big move from, what time was that, 10:55 all the way to 12. So we're talking about 2 hours here. That's why I'm giving it some time for this to move. We have a big volume bar here at this time, 12:37, which is very bearish. So now we're testing the new support, 1506. Need this one to break 1506, which has, yeah, that was a quick test right there. Tesla now had a confirmation that it had found a bottom. 260.50 was the support there, and now, yeah, this one is gonna head higher. Okay, we just broke that support, 15.06. Okay, perfect. Just trailing my stop here. Let's see, make sure that it's lower than the break even. 15.16. $15.13. I haven't taken any partial yet. Still has some potential for this to move lower. Our volume bar is just picking up when we're pushing down, so I do have a big loss there, so just trailing my stop here, giving it some room. Now, do I want to open a new position? Unless it's an A plus setup, I wouldn't open at this point because I actually just wanted to call it a day as well, so I can have breakfast. Let's look at a higher time frame. So those who were short here using the 15 minutes, yeah, we still have those short bias who shorted this one at the 15 minutes. But for us, we did have we used the 5 minutes to short this, and yeah, it still is working in our favor. This still has some room to go down. Testing now the support 1502, waiting for that support to be broken. And the next support there is 14.97, which is that moving average. 15.01. Okay, we're heading to below 15 here. Volume bar picking up. SPY just had a rejection at the VWAP as well. Okay, we just broke that support. Yeah, we just went 14.99. So with this trade, I'm just being so patient with this. This is the trade that, yeah, I mismanaged at the open. So I look at the price action, the tape, as well as the level 2, and time it in a way that I'll be able to have lower risk and higher probability that this will work in my favor. And that's why I was able to time it right here when it's about to touch the yesterday's closing price. Did not have the momentum for this to test yesterday's closing price, so that's where I shorted it. Thought process here is next support is 14.96. Would like to take some partial once we start to see some reversal here, but right now no signs of reversal yet to the long side because our volume is there when we're pushing down. $15 acting as some support at 15 there. Time to move this lower than my, just time to trail that stop lower. 14.98 now is the support that we're trying to break. 98. $98, $92 is here. Still has potential to go down. Now we're heading to that moving average, 14.96. Those were a bunch of red prints there, so still has momentum for this to go down. Lowering down my stop loss here, 15.08. 15 now, acting as a ceiling. Okay, let's PLTR have a big rejection again at 20. Big volume bar right here at 20. PLTR, yeah, even if it's just a 20 cents, this is a high, let's see. Thinking of shorting PLTR here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 top that we get to see now. Okay, shorting PLTR here. This is gonna be a tight stop loss here. Added to my position. Stop loss is 20.05. Is that the top of this? Not yet. 20.05. Give it some room. 20.7. 0.07 is the stop loss. Let's go back to NEO. NEO 14.97 is the next support that we're trying to break. This can just consolidate here for now, just because we did see the move from 15.24 to 14.96. So that's already a 30 cents move here. So entry here is at 19.97. Stop loss is 20.07. So like a 10 cents risk here. Giveaway here is the big volume bar here when it reached 20.05. So big rejection there. Okay, NIO about to break that support again, 14.95. That is now the moving average here. Okay, just broke that 14.97, 96 with NIO. Wow, that was a big orders got filled there. Lowering down my stop loss again in NIO. Just now below this 9 EMA or above the 9 EMA. This NIO is trying to break that support 14.96. NIO just about to break 14.96 support. BLTR here. Giveaway here is this big volume bar. Big sign of rejection there. NIO just broke the support again. So that we are now below the moving average. Lowering down my risk again. Big potential here for a test of this 14.9. This one is heading nicely, added to my position here in BLTR. Okay, NIO. Stop loss there. Oops, NIO. What happened? Lowering down my stop loss in NIO. It's gonna be now the above the body or the wick of this candlestick. Lowering down my risk here. 20.06. SPY just above the VWAP. Okay, NEO, did we found a support 14.93. I have a stop loss at 15.01. Let's see if this is gonna work or not. Okay, now NEO is testing 14.92 support. Volume is starting to pick up here, 20, acting as a ceiling there. Okay, we're heading to consolidation in NEO. I need NEO to break 14.92. Okay, just about to break 14.92 here with NEO. $14.92, yep, there you go. We have a new support, 14.91. Next destination there, 14.90. Now lowering down my wrist here. Now my wrist is, stop loss is just above the wick here. So now stop loss is at 14.99.07 from the current price. Okay, expect a support at 14.89. That is the S4 right there. $14.98 new stop loss there. Okay, let's see what PLTR is doing. PLTR, yeah, just consolidating there, but 5 minutes still looking very bearish there. 14.91. Wouldn't be surprised if this one act as a good support and we just head to consolidation here, because that was a big move already. 15.24 all the way to 14.91 with just one green candlestick. So that one is already a big move right there with NEO. So waiting for me to get step out here. I'm actually gonna lower it even more. We are willing to get step out at 14.97 in case we find a support here at this S4. Riot eventually had a little bit of a bull flag pattern here, and then now heading to, yeah, it will be interesting to see what it will do at this level, 18.18. First white candlestick here. 1497.03 stop loss, so I'm close to getting stop out here by 0.03. We are now into that new 5-minute candlestick, waiting for this one to break 14.9. Wow, this is a good V reversal here. Did not expect it to be just an easy trade here for that almost a V reversal, but yeah, we'll take it. So the giveaway here was this big volume bar, that's why we shorted it there, but stop loss is there just in case it got a short squeeze. New support that we're trying to break is 14.9. Time is it? It's 1. Alright, almost about to wrap this thing up. Okay, looks like we found a support there, 14.9. $14.96 is my stop loss there. Let's see if this is gonna stop me out. Very close to getting stop out. 0.02. 94 right now, 95. 95, 94. 95 there. Got another rejection there at 94. Interesting. Actually just waiting for my fail at 14.96. But the prints here are still heading lower. Look at that big volume bar that came through here. Big rejection at 14.94. Oh, it's just taking too long. Okay, so stop out at NIO. So now it's time to manage this trade, lowering down my risk. 14.04 is my stop loss. Entry here is 19.97. But this one is the trade that takes a while to consolidate, so yeah, this one can just be a bailout trade as well. NIO stopped me out, still has some room to go down here. Yeah, that's totally fine now. Big rejection again at 20. So this one had been consolidating for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Testing the support again, 19.95. NIO about to break 14.9 here. Let's see if this one is gonna give us a good trade now. This one is just a bunch of consolidation as well. Support at 19.96 again. I just want this one to break 19.95 so I can move my stop loss to break even, so I can just bail out in this trade if it doesn't work, because it's 1 in the afternoon. Okay, about to test that support. Okay, good. Excellent. Let's take some partial there. Move stop loss lower than my break even. Okay, stop loss here is at break even 19.96. Very close to getting stop out. But yeah, totally fine with that. 19.96. Neo just break another level there to the low side, so yeah, would have been a good trade still if it did not stop me out. Testing now the support for 19.92. Let's see the 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes just broke that low of this candlestick. Just lowering it down. Okay, to get step out here. It's just taking too long. Okay, got step out there. So very small green trade 62, and yeah, we'll call it a day. All right, so let me just do a quick recap here. Right. Wow, that was the move that I was waiting for. Nice. Riot here is a good short. So let me just short Riot here. Okay, shorting Riot. And yeah, this is gonna be the last trade here. Just a big rejection that happened there at 18.06. Added to my position in Riot. Yeah, just because of that 18.06 good rejection. Okay. Moving my stop loss lower than my break even. It was just a scalp trade there. All right, step out. We see anything else? This one is pretty much still very bearish here, but the good entry here was this. So let's see. Do I have time? I don't. Okay, so let's just do a recap. Okay, so hi everyone, good afternoon. It's 1:15 in the afternoon. It's the first trading day of August. It's August 1st, 2023, and I'm here to do a recap. Sorry, my voice is kind of different. I have a cold running. So let's look at what I traded today. First is AMSC. So okay, so let's see. AMSC is the best trade that I did today. And what I saw with AMSC is a textbook setup. So textbook setup here is, let's close this one and make sure that everything is visible here. All right, textbook setup here is you have a big gap up and it passed through 16.8. You have a rejection at 16.8 and then it formed a 9 EMA. So 9 EMA acted as a strong support there. If I zoom it, there you go. All right, so it went to 9 EMA. 9 EMA acted as a strong support. I went long at the body of this candlestick and I covered my position there. Now it tested again that level, that 9 EMA, entered again because I got stop out here. So entered again to the long, cover here and trailing my stop, and I was all out. So even with that very small move, that move already was able to give me a 1600 to the long side. It had that consolidation before it tested that level again at 16.8. 16.8, we were looking at this one thinking whether it's a good short just because there's a massive long bias here because it's up by 47.8. I did not dare wanna step on that front of the train to short it. So very high risk there. That's why I did not short it, but just that long was able to give us a 1600 there. So that is the AMSC trade. So textbook setup there. So next one is CCL. And with CCL, this one was also an easy trade. Textbook setup as well, just because it is a reversal setup. So you have a gap down here. It's now down by 4.5%. It was part of our gap down lists. And it had that test at the VWAP. Once it was above 18.4, got a massive move to the downside, looking very overextended here. So waited for a reversal. Sure enough, when we have that first sign of reversal, that hammer, I waited for the confirmation. So above the hammer was when I started to build up a position. So long here and then trailing my stop. I got stop out at the first sign of reversal and then it still moved there. But with that, it was an easy move just because it's a textbook setup. Was able to get 270 with that. Next trade was the JetBlue trade. JetBlue is a long and a short trade. So what JetBlue did was also a textbook setup. You have a massive gap down here. It is down by 7.2% right now. You have a test of the VWAP, was able to break down below VWAP. We have the 9 EMA there. which is going to be a good place to short just because that would be a good place. Now it's going to be the ceiling or the resistance. So reverse with the strategy with AMSC. So at the sign of rejection, which is the VWAP, or the VWAP is right here, you have the 9 EMA. Above the 9 EMA is your stop loss, and entry is below the body of this candlestick. Shorted it there, right it, and was able to capture this move. I was all out at the first sign of reversal before it did move still, but with this move to the short, was able to get 240 with that. Tried to long this one, so first sign of reversal here. So above the candlestick, I went long, trailing my stop, and got stop out at this first sign of reversal because of that VWAP rejection, and was all out before it moved right here. So with even that little bit of a move here and short right here, was able to get to the long 80 to the short of 240. So that still is a decent move, considering that that was is a trade book, our one of our trade book, as well as an A plus setup there. So next trade is NCLH. NCLH as well is a good mover here. It was less risky because it's a trade book setup. So you have a gap down right here, massive move to the downward move, rejection at the VWAP, and then waited for a sign of reversal. So you have the hammer right there, went above the hammer right there, which is the first sign of reversal. So started long here. I was a bit short at this reversal because I was in the middle of CCL, and CCL as well as NCLH are in the same sector. They are in transportation. Travel sector now is getting the beating. I'm not sure about the news, but just playing it based on the technical level. Same with CCL. NCLH had that huge gap down as well as sell off after that VWAP was rejected, and first sign of reversal right here was a bit late to the party. That's why I have a tight stop loss, which I got stop out, and that stop out was, let's see, to the long. I was trying to long this one. I got a loss of 190 because of that, just because of that being late in the trade, because I was in the middle of CCL. And then I reversed my position here to the short because now we have that textbook setup as well. You have the first sign of reversal here. So short at the first sign of reversal, so short right here, and trailing my stop. So it got stopped me out, but still was able to move all the way down below the VWAP. But that move right there was just enough to give us a profit of 300 to the short. So that is the NCLH trade. Next one is NIO. NIO was the big missed trade today, mismanaged here. So with NIO, we have a huge gap down here. The daily is the one that really caught my attention here because NIO at the daily looks very weak. So you have almost a looking doji here. It opened below the doji. So my thought process is it has the potential to go down. Yesterday was, the doji could have been a good pivot point there to the low, but did a couple of trial and error to NIO today. So with NIO, a big gap down here. I shorted it at the first sign of weakness because this one was already had a massive move at that first candlestick. So a big rejection there at this price. So that's why we do have that wick. So I shorted it there, added to my position, keep adding, and I got stop out. Reshorted it as well because still that high of the day at that time is acting as a very strong ceiling. Shorted, stop out, shorted, stop out, a couple of stop out with this. So this is the one that gave me a big loss. Another short, got stop out again. that one I was shorting it because now we have formed first, second, third, fourth top right there, which it still squeezed me. So that still got me stop out here. Now I look at the tape as well as the level 2. It is trying to close green for the day, trying to close and test this level at 15.3, which is yesterday's closing price. But when I saw that it did not have a momentum to even go closer to 15.3, that's where I started to short this one, added to my position. So now I am green to this trade, but not yet able to dig myself out of this mess. So I added to my position here, just trying to capitalize on that move and just trailing my stop here. First sign of reversal, which is this little wick right here, I got stop out, but it still moved below this S4. But I got stop out here, so this move right here, a little move compared to the big move that happened here, which was a loss. So initially I had, I think 1600 loss there, but was just able to cut it into half, which is like 850 loss there. Still was a loss, but was able to manage my position there, and yeah, at least lower it down to a more manageable loss there. And then PLTR was just consolidating here. What I saw with PLTR, that's the reason why I shorted this, is this. PLTR, you have first top, second top, third top right there, big volume bar every time it touched 20. So at first, second, third, fourth top there, that's the time that I shorted it, and then just trailing my stop. This one was past 12, so I know that that one is just a scalp trade because I did not want to stay too long for that trade, so I can start my recap. So what I did was tight stop loss right here, 20.05, to position. This is the first position added, partial here, moving my stop loss lower than my break even, and this one was actually a break even, and I got stop out there. So with that little bit of a move, that one was just $62 there. And that's the reason why it's very important to get that stop loss, just because now it's just squeezed in. But I am out of that trade. Next one is Riot. Riot is short and long trade. So with a long trade with Riot, it was a very easy trade because we have a gap down, and then it has that massive move to the short. Then at first signs of reversal, which it created this wick, so 17.10 acted as a very strong support. I went long and just trailing my stop, got stop out right here. When I got stop out right there, I thought we are heading lower again, so I flipped my position to the short and I got stop out here. So with that short flipping, I got a loss of 45 because I got stop out. Now I saw that we're still topping out there, so I reshorted it, added to my position, was able to capture that little bit of a move. So the last trade with Riot was at the S4. I saw this wick right there, which is a very bearish, shorted it there below the body of this white candlestick, covering my position. And with that, I was able to get a 900 to the short side. Let's see, was that a short? Yeah, to the short side was 45. This one was a little bit of a move there, so was initially a bigger loss there, but was able to dig myself. So just a loss of 45 to the short and a gain of 900 to the long. And that is the move that I was able to capture, this move right here. So yeah, the easy trade happened here with this giveaway of this very big wick, and was able to ride it there. So that is the Riot trade. Next one is TGTX. TGTX was a very hard stock to trade today, just because it is down by 48%. It is a big gap down compared to the consolidation here. So that's what I saw. Daily has this big consolidation. So and it opened right here. So very short bias, but with that overextended move, sometimes it can be a bit risky as well. So it's down now by 48%. So big gap down, short bias here. Looking for an opening range breakdown here. Got punished there, got stop out here at the VWAP, shorted again. Was able to capture that little bit of a move, but was a FOMO there because it went all the way to the low of the pre-market and the low of the day now. So this move was a loss. This move was a little bit of a gain, but with that little bit of a gain, I'm still red by 700. So, and then it just acted into a consolidation. So I did not re-enter that, but still was a red trade there at 700 for TGTX. Next one is the Uber trade. Uber trade was a loss of 300, and Uber was trying to long this one. What I saw was a massive move right here to the downside. So big rejection at S3, and we have this first low of the day, second low of the day, third touch to the low of the day. So at first, what I did was this is making a double bottom. So I long it at that first sign of reversal. Wow, SPY is heading lower now, so everything is getting pulled. That was my first entry, added to my position, and I got stop out. So that trade right there was a red trade. And then after that red trade, what I saw here was this big wick right here. So we went below the low of the day. That could have been all the stop loss got hit by the market makers, but got a shoot all the way up right here. That's why it developed that wick. Buyer step in, so bull step in. So that's why I step in as well. Would like to monetize on that. So short here, added to my position, trailing my stop, and got stop out at the loss of that 9 EMA before it tried to reach that 47 level in the VWAP, and now we have that rejection, which is creating now the low of the day here. So with Uber, this one was a loss. Have a little bit of profit right here, but still with this loss right here, ended up still a red with 300 with Uber, 300 to the red side. But yeah, story today is stick to your A+ setup, stick to the trade book setup, and once that trade book setup forms, then that's the time to really capitalize on those moves, because those moves will come as long as you are patient enough to wait for those moves. And that's how I was able to trade AMSC with this big move right here. Also with CCL with that reversal, as well as the JetBlue, which is that 9 EMA to the short side. So with that, I am ending the day green at 1367. It is a little bit of a longer trade than usual, but I'll take what the market is giving me. SPY right now is down by 0.35%, but look at how ugly this moves is on the SPY, because we're just in the VWAP right there. It's just not gonna be, it's hard to make money out of that consolidation. That's why you have to look into stocks that has a catalyst and go from there. The most stock that has a big catalyst today was that ASMC, because right now it is trading at 38 million volume there. So yeah, a lot of retail traders is playing this, and that's a good thing about having a lot of volume, lots of liquidity there, lots of volatility. Bid and ask, your level 2, your tape is more reliable because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If all the retail traders are waiting for that setup to happen, then again, self-fulfilling prophecy. So with that, I am gonna be calling it a day, and thank you so much for watching. for those of you guys who have questions, please feel free to email me, and check our website out if you want to learn more on how to day trade for a living. It is really a game changer for me, just because you get to trade a couple of hours a day, and you don't have to be stuck in a 9 to 5 job. So it just gives me an option, and yeah, it is a good way to start to get some option at this point of the year. And if you do have that curiosity on wanting to know more about day trading for a living, then check our website out. It's called eCourse Unlock, and with that you'll see even our day trading syllabus as well as our recap there, the services that's offered. We have more than 50 hours now of content of this e-course that is there. We do have chapter 11 here, so this one we just need to update this one. And if you want to just download our 20 pages PDF file, one of our top trading strategy, which is an opening range breakdown as well as break up, then click this link. It's free, just for you guys to check if day trading is for you. So with that, again, thank you so much for watching, and I'll just keep my station up for now for those of you who are still trading. So thank you, and we'll do this again next time. And yeah, happy trading. Bye for now.
Fed Scoresby says, I want to see more inflation ease proof to end rate hikes. And Fed Scoresby says, I'm closely watching how core goods inflation evolves. The US invited Wang Yi to meet with Blinken in Washington.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
US envoy to UN says that I have been told Russia is prepared to return to talks on the Black Sea grain deal, but we haven't seen any evidence of that yet.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
NYMEX natural gas September futures settled at $2.56. NYMEX diesel September futures settled at $3.02 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline September futures settled at $2.87 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $81.37 a barrel. That's down 43 cents or 0.53%. Brent crude futures settle at $84.91 a barrel, down 52 cents or 0.61%.